Right, sorry about that. I appear to have done the whole stream so far with no sound. Can you hear me okay now? Good. I don't know what was going on with it. It had put some weird kind of like code into my microphone and overwritten my default microphone, or my proper microphone rather. Okay, so for everybody who's missed everything I've said so far, apologies for that. So this is the Scorpion Darkun for Cursed Empire. So this is the fourth member of the Darkuns cult so far. So this guy is, well, he's basically, you can see him in the corner of the screen. He's a crazy zealot with a kind of a big whip. I'm going to go on a limb and say there's probably some poison on the barbs of the whip, because he's a Scorpion Darkun. So there's obviously going to be Scorpion aspects to his things. We're going to have like, I don't know, like pinchy weapons, like stingy weapons, and probably some venoms in there as well. He's going to be a bit of a challenging character to work on, because although he seems quite simple in the sculpt, in the illustration, he's got a very unusual pose, very dynamic pose in the illustration, which means that I can't actually make out an awful lot of his gear. So I'm just going to kind of create this harness for him now. So I've done the face, I've sculpted his face. I'm just going to basically extrude this centerpiece here with like a chest plate. So we'll put a few spikes on there because he's a Darkun, standard. And then we're going to kind of link it all up with the straps. We're going to put his shoulder pads in place, and kind of rig them into the harness. And then we're going to do his belt, and build that up from all these like little spiky plates that all interact with each other. The whip itself is going to be a bit of a tricky one. So when we had the Condor Barbarian, he had this big chain whip with spiky balls on the ends. The chain ended up being quite robust, and of all of the ones I ever printed of him, I didn't have any breakages or any failures on the whip, on the flail, which I was amazed about, because the size of the balls on the end, the kind of the thickness of the chain, I thought it was going to be a bit of a touch and go one. Morning Wilkie, how are you doing? So yes, basically the whip on this guy now, we've got like 3 individual strands coming together with these kind of like big kind of poisonous barbs on the end. And I'm not quite sure, I don't want to bulk it up to the point where it looks ridiculous, but it's going to need enough mass and enough structure to it that it's going to hold on its own. So it is going to be a tricky one to try and like figure out. I'm probably going to have to connect the tips of the flail back into his body somewhere, so they're going to have to contact back to his like the arm around his waist or something like that, just so that there's an additional point of contact for that structural stability. So we'll see how it comes out. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to extract this shoulder piece. Excuse me. Not shoulder piece, sorry, chest piece. So he's also got these, as the straps come round, he's got these kind of like pads that are kind of on the straps, so the straps aren't just straight. So we'll add those in. I can only imagine they must have some kind of like spikes pointing inwards or something like that, as a little bit of self-flagellation or something like that, because cushioning a leather strap against their skin doesn't seem very Darkun to me. So we'll go with the self-torture device, I think, is the That's the explanation here. While I'm doing this, I might as well get an extraction on for the belt actually. So I'm just going to rough out the shape of the belt around here. So we've got these spiky bits coming up at the front. They're going to come around to the sides, and then we'll have the side bit of armour there, and then that will come round the back. This point here is where it's connecting back into the harness. So the harness will go from the belt, and then he's got this kind of leather poser pouch with spikes all over it, which is going to be interesting. I can only imagine it must leave his inner thigh in tatters every time he sits down, but just auto group everything here so I can isolate the turds. Okay, so let's get this extracted. This bit here. Extract. Go for about the 458 on the extract. Accept that. The chest piece, I'm just going to take. Let's just mask off the chest piece on its own, and I want to take the actual centerpiece of the chest. I'm going to extract it backwards like that, extrude it backwards, just to make it go further into the body, and that makes sure it doesn't give me any issues or drama. And then the inner geometry, I'm going to delete all of that and then close my holes, and that's going to give me the solid shape I like to work with. And then the only thing I need to do here, I'm just going to isolate that piece. I'm just going to split that off from the belt, and then we've got this little bit which is a byproduct which you don't need. Okay, so got that so far. The straps I'm going to use as cylinders, which is my usual go-to for doing straps. So we'll put we'll create a cylinder, we'll flatten it down, place it into position, orientate it, use the move tools to stretch it in and out until it is roughly the shape, and then we'll go back to the move tools just to nudge and finalise position, I think. But first we're going to take this piece, and I'm just going to smooth out the surface. We're going to polish it, so we've got a little bit of a flat surface to work with. I'm almost certainly going to throw a few spikes on there because Darkuns. It's what they do. And I'm just going to dynamesh this plate here, and then smooth off the edges without the tessellation. I want to get that sharpened up so it looks more like an armour plate than not. Okay. Belt armour. Okay, so the belt is a unusual one, so let's just smooth it all out first. Let's get rid of all the musculature on this and let's create some form. So I'm using the H polish with a build up function, so it's adding material rather than taking it away. Let's bring this round about. Well, we've got some funny shapes going on here in the belt section, so we just need to figure out what to do with them. Let's just dynamesh it all first. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut these sections out. That bit there. I'm going to cut these bits out. Let's group masked and split hidden. Close holes. And then again close holes. Flatten this bit down. And the only reason for doing that was just to give me the ability to shape these a little bit better. So I want these pieces to go behind, and obviously that's easier to do if I can separate the pieces out. Okay, so let's just bring this belt forwards so there's a visible ridge. That's going to come down and protrude forwards a bit like that. And then here we're going to have I think this works. I think this will work. So we're going to take a strap from here up and over and into that side there, and then the reverse of that strap is going to go from here under the arm and round the back into a ring, and I think that is all I need to add. So let's just try it. Let's just add one cylinder, because there's no point in me trying to position all of the clips and stuff on the belt until I've got the straps in place. So once I've got the straps in place, I can do a little bit of refining work on them. So that about that thickness, I think. Yeah, okay, Chris. I'll get some references of scorpions up on the screen, and we'll have a look and see if we can get some of that kind of like that chitin type look to his gear. Okay, so we've got probably there. So we come to the movement tool now, the move tool. So we're going to bring that back to there. We're actually going to be putting. Let's bring this up this way. Bring this into the middle there. I'm going to put a ring in the middle that we're going to link it all back to. So right, so this piece here is going up and over. And then down into this chest plate. And then this bit actually I don't want. I'm going to remove this bottom section, but before I do that I'm just going to divide it a few times, delete the subdivisions and dynamesh it. And now I can just scrub away the bit I don't want. There we go. Okay, so that bit's gone and hidden. So let's get a scorpion up on screen. Let's have a look for a picture of a scorpion, see what kind of forms and shapes we can take inspiration from. Okay, so Scorpion's basically got these. Let me just bring the pictures down so we can see what I'm looking at. You've got these kind of like ridged kind of lines across the armour. So we're probably going to be looking at like overlapping sections. They're quite smooth, aren't they? They've got like little hairs on them. The hairs obviously aren't going to work. If you look at the tail bit here, we've got the little rows of barbs, so that kind of lends itself in already. There's not an awful lot to go on there in terms of like the shapes of the Scorpion. I'm not seeing a lot of like synergy of anything I can really kind of like pick up and use. Okay, this one's a bit more promising here. So we've got these. They almost like chunks of look like chunks of cactus, don't they? So they've got like the ridge lines down the side here. So if I just open up that, you can see obviously we've got these just down here. We've got these like ridge lines that we can look at. All these like little nodules and stuff, but he's already got that all over his armour anyway. He's got these like little mini spikes. I mean, Chris, I don't know what you think about it, but where he's got all these spikes on his armour, we could always switch him out for these little nodules, put rows of spikes with little nodules in between, and that will kind of mimic some of this kind of shaping. The legs, they've got these kind of they're not round, they've got like flat planes to them, so they're angular with a few little nodules again on them. So we can have a little look at doing something like that. I'm just going to hide that one for now. We'll save that one in the bank. Okay, so let's pop a ring on his back because I'm going to need the ring to make sense of other things. So that's just a stock ring straight out of the insert primitives. Here's an idea then, Chris. What do you say for the chest piece? If I reshape this so it's like that, and then how many legs do they have? There are 3 legs and then 2 claws. So if I have the straps coming out, so there's 6 straps coming out the front of his armour, we just need to include 2 claw-like things then, which maybe go up to his shoulder pads. And then this front piece here has got that kind of stinger vibe going on with the point at the front. So let me just take so we've got 1 strap going around here. I'm going to mirror and weld that. not, I'm going to duplicate that and mirror it. Sorry. Okay, so that gives me 2 at the back and 2 at the front. Right, then we can you do love an impossible task, don't you, Chris? Right, so next one then, we're going to go here with it, I think. Slice off this bit I don't need. I don't know, Chris, can you hear me okay? If I've got this. Oh yeah, sound was down a touch. Can you hear me okay now? I could be mumbling as well, so turn the microphone around to face me a bit better, so do everything I can to improve it. Good man. Okay, so Chris, my plan now is I'm going to take this chest piece. We're going to bring it up to the neck there, like that. So this is going to be the scorpion's body. We're going to take the straps here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to sort this whole claw bit out. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend, let's just clone that piece, bring it down here, narrow it in. My thinking is, what I'm going to do, Chris, is this, look, so we're going to take the tail section. I'm just going to reshape this piece here. So this is going to go like that. It's not quite as per the drawing. I mean, how does that work for you, Chris, as a bit of armour? So we'll have the straps to be like legs. I need another strap then to go here. Okay, so at the moment we're just still on legs. So the only problem is now I need to do something claw-like, and the only place I've got for a claw is his face, or basically up to his neck. This ring a touch bigger just so it makes it easier to get things into it. Just going to bring this strap out to here, take it back here. Okay. The actual shape here doesn't matter that much, but I'm going to be turning these into claws, and then that is going to lead into the shoulder plates. think I'm going to give it a little bit of a, to make it look a little bit less forced and contrived, I'm going to give him a little bit of a bit of stitching through here. Just position the straps just a touch. So we've got one strap per body segment here. What to do? Let's get a snake hook. Let's just drag. Drag a pincer out of that. Just a little bit of detailing, a little bit of styling on it. Let's go and find my trusty spike brush. With this one we've got to set the depth of the brush so it comes down a bit more, and then we need to reduce the Z intensity, and that stops the spikes being so elongated. Okay, so it's going to do a little line of spikes. It would be helpful if they're all the same orientation, so I'm just going to copy this one instead. Okay, so we've got a... Hey Dio, how are you doing, matey? Adeline, good morning, how are you? All very good over here, thank you. I'm just trying to do some... a little bit of design here to try and make this guy look... make this guy's armour look Scorpion-esque. So it's a bit of a challenge, but I'm up for it. How are you guys doing this morning? Or whatever time of day it may be for you. How's that, Chris, for you? Does that work? as a design. Hey Kaz, how you doing? Bunker, good morning, how are you doing? Oh, thanks for the bit wave. How are you doing today? Shadow Gains, morning, how are you? She's telling me there's 4 people on the stream at the moment. There's an awful lot more people chatting than that. I hope everybody's doing well anyway. Thanks for all saying hello. Hey, not bad, thanks Bunker. Oh, you can see 9, I can see 4 on mine. Well, no, it says 3. Somebody objected to my keeping count. Are you streaming today, Bunker, or are you having a day off? Right, I'm just going to put some little stitches in, just so it looks, like I say, they look like joined plates rather than just... You liking the design here, Dio? As a design maestro, do you approve? Oh, very nice. The are you doing the this one, Dio? The Scorpion armor. Bunker, are you doing the actual city guard based on the Discworld guys, or are you doing the mercenary company? Oh, cheers, Dio. So when you're doing these guys, Bunker, make sure you hit me up and let me know the stream's going on, and I'll pimp it out for you a little bit as well. We'll get a bit of promo going for it. Oh yeah. Spud and Elston, Chilling Wargamers one. Sorry, not Chilling Wargamers, the Chilling Watchmen. There you go. I don't know if these are chain links or if they're stitches, but they work to help tie it all together, I feel. And either option sounds like a decent one. I'm going to put some rings in now. I'm going to get a few rings. You notice I'm doing everything on one side here because it's all going to be flipped over and mirroring over. Oh mate, it hasn't stopped raining here for a couple of days actually. Today's the first day it's been like fairly dry. But have you got monsoon season where you are, or is it a bit? Is it just bad weather? Mate, if you're bored, you can hang around here and keep me company. I'm absolutely happy with that. I'm going to put a few rings in as connectors to the armour, but also I was going to break the straps up here, because obviously scorpions have joints at the knees. Are they called knees? Do scorpions have knees? There's a question for you. I don't have the answer to that, by the way. That's not it's not something I'm planning to answer. Good stuff. You working on anything good today? Anything you want to if you want to ping it over on the Facebook Messenger chat, Dio, I can pop it up on screen if it's something you can share off. You can share off, show off, share with the public. Obviously, if it's not, then it's cool, but give you a little chance to show off your work. So Bunker, did you finish your Terminators, you say, or are they still in limbo at the moment? So I'm just doing a little bits where it's going to wrap over here. How close though? I've had stuff that's been close to being finished sitting in my painting cabinet now for months, I think. Literally needs about another 15 minutes work and I still haven't got around to actually just doing it. I wish I had more time to paint, to be honest. I need to commit to doing some painting streams so I can actually like force painting to happen. But I need to be a bit further ahead with the sculpting first. But so Bunker, do you do all your hobby projects as like do them up and sell them to buy your next ones then, or are they were these ones like a commission? So quite a lot of people do it as a self-funding thing, don't they? Oh, very nice. Sonic Mini 4K, mate. And I know you're saying after Christmas, but 3D Jake, who are the UK distributor for Frozen printers, they're throwing up a 40% discount for Black Friday. So if you can twist her arm and allow her to let you capitalise on a bargain, you can get a pretty good price on the a good printer. Because you want to stay away from the Elegoo ones, because although they're nice and cheap, they've got this build plate that I really don't like. The build plate on the Elegoo, it's got like a ball and socket spring-loaded joint, and they don't have there's no kind of sensor to say you're at the bottom of the print bed. So you have to manually configure all of that using this spring-loaded plate, and it's a lot of faff. You'll find you have to do a lot of what's the word now, like re-leveling your build plate, so after like failures and things. And I know quite a few people who've had the printers where the ball joint's been a little bit loose, and as you're printing, the print comes up and then the plate pulls to one side and then goes up, and then you end up with print failures because your build plate's dislodged mid-print. So you go for the Frozen one, or I think the Anycubic have it as well. But yeah, they have a solid fixed build plate with the auto sensor. Yeah, let me just fire the link up in the stream here. 3djake.uk. So 3D printers. There you go. Frozen Sonic Mini 4K. They're £327, but like I say, if you wait for the Black Friday sale to drop, they have announced a 40% discount. Or I believe it was a 40% discount. I'll just pop that into the chat. So this is definitely, if I was getting a 3D printer, well, I've got one of these, but if I was to be buying another 3D printer, this would be my go-to. The other one I would look at would be, and it depends on your budget. If you've got budget that permits, what's it now? This one, the Anycubic D2, the Photon D2. So it's about double the cost of the other one, but it's a DLP printer. So you're going to get sharper details, faster prints, and you've got like a 20,000 hour life on the projector versus 2,000-3,000 or so off the what do you call it now? Off the Sonic Mini and all of the other MSLA printers that use the screen. So yeah, so it's that would be my preferred choice, I think, but all day long Sonic Mini 4K. But you need to use the Aqua 4K resin. Oh god, cancel that. I've nearly turned off my stream instead of the website. So yeah, the Anycubic, not Anycubic, the frozen Aqua 4K resin will let you get the best out of that 4K printer as well. And that's the one I use for all of my stuff. So the models you've had off me, they're all printed on that. So okay, let me just mirror all of this over to the other side now. Oops, wrong way. Mirror it and then mirror it. This one, let's mirror that. Okay, we just nudge that up a touch. It's going to pull these out to create a little bit of separation from the ring, just so we've got, again, when we're doing ink washes and all the other painting techniques, the ring will pick up separately. Okay, and I need another ring here, so let's just mirror these over again. And then with symmetry on, auto group them. I just want to duplicate that ring, bring it round and plonk them into place. So I'm going to position that ring there. First thing I'm going to do is just gouge that into. Oh, you turd. Give me a sec. Let me just merge these down so I can work on them in symmetry now. Okay, so I'm just going to gouge this bit out. Build up the bottom again. Okay, and then this piece here, we're going to just reshape and reform that so it comes into here. And it's going to flatten the top down a touch. Let's just reprofile some of this bit, make this a bit more. Right, Chris, I think with this guy, rather than doing the pose where he's got the flail like up over his head, which is going to be quite an awkward pose, what do you reckon if I do his lashing forward, so he's got the whip could be kind of like forwards, but kind of like reaching down to the floor, perhaps. It's a bit of a. You're happy with him being in like action pose, like whipping kind of thing. So he's a bit more dynamic and open, and not so kind of, you know, so linear. I'm just trying to think about this whip. So when the whip kind of hits, or the way we have the whip kind of landing, really I want to be anchoring the whip to something. I want something to. I know we used the dust cloud, didn't we, for the last guy actually, where maybe we can pick up a bit of. I don't think let's get him into a pose, and then we'll have a little look and see what's going to work best. Okay, so we've got claws at the top. We've got the harness here. We've got the straps around his back, which I think I'm going to need to bring all of that in. So let me just merge all my straps together. But I'm going to sculpt all the detail, Chris. So if you've got any thoughts on pose before we get there, just shout out. We don't have to like nail the pose like now. We can, you know, we can chew it over and mull it over. So if anything comes to mind and you get any ideas, then pipe up. But otherwise, we'll just crack on and do what we're doing, and then when we get there, we can talk about it. Just fire up my coffee machine to get another brew going. So yeah, I'm just going to mute you guys for a minute or two just to get this this coffee brewed. Okay, so shoulder pads next. Shoulder pads, I think. So the shoulder pads, I'm not actually going to fix to his harness. I'm going to strap them to his arm because they're more like they look more like upper arm guards. And I'll be honest, with his posing and stuff like that, I think a guard on his upper arm will be, and this with this thing as well. I think I'm better off. What happened there? Did I accidentally chop a bit off or something? Don't remember flattening the side like that. Right, so the arm guards I'm going to put on then, these upper shoulder spiky bits. Okay, let's extract that. Let's just mirror and weld these to the same. Okay, so I'm going to just drag the top of these pads up into a point, I think, just a little bit. You'll see why I'm doing it like this as well in a minute as well. So if I do shoulder pads, I've got to somehow try and fix them to this harness, which is probably going to end up being like a couple of straps going onto this strap here. They're just going to be flapping around wildly. On the illustration there's a few like bands that are wrapping around the arm, so where they're connecting in place. So it looks to me like we're better off strapping it around his arm multiple times, and kind of creating that kind of like extended upper arm guard kind of thing. So it still serves the same function as a shoulder pad, it's just fixed in a different way. And by having it mounted to the arm or fixed directly to the arm, it does mean that we've got a little bit more flexibility in movement, and that's going to be critical for this guy, isn't it? With his, you know, you don't want to be running around half naked and then find you've got all your movement limited because you've got fixed shoulder pads and things that are hindering your movement. Okay, so we're just shaping this, giving it a little bit of a polish up. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to turn the heat up in the office a bit because it's absolutely freezing in there. Right, I'm just going to mute you guys for a minute while I just make my coffee, okay? Give me a second. And we're done. Okay, right, coffee's brewed, I can unmute now. Okay, so I've got these shoulder pad shapes now, just like that. I'm just going to re-profile the tops just a touch, just so I've got a bit more range of movement in there. Just sharpen up that top edge. Okay, and I'm just going to bump my resolution up a touch, set polish on and dynamesh it, and that is just making a little bit of a sharper edge all the way around. Okay. So next to do is the straps that are going to hold it in place on the arms. So I'm just going to append a cylinder. And again, we're only going to worry about one arm at a time. We're going to shrink it down, position it, make it all work on the one side, and then we'll just copy it all over and duplicate the effort. Okay, so and again, you could do this with masking, you could do it with strap tools and stuff, but a cylinder is already a solid shape from the start, and it's always my preferred method to kind of make things solid for miniatures, because if you've watched any of my streams in the past, you'll know that little gaps where resin can hide are the enemy. Okay, so I'll put one strap here at the top of the bicep, then we'll copy that strap down, to the middle of the bicep, and then a third one to the bottom. Okay. Now each of these are going to just have a little bit of tweaking just to make them fit the arm properly. In fact, it's only the middle one's fine, I think. Oh, actually, let's come out just a touch. Okay, that one just needs to come down a bit. Okay, so let's divide that, get some resolution into there, bump it up, group and auto group, polish and dynamesh. Okay. Just want to reshape this a touch now, so it's, we've got the we've got the straps in place. I just want to make sure I've got enough definition between the straps and the thing, but also that we've got a fairly straight line. I want it to run nicely. Okay. So we now need to add. I just need to reshape. It's a bit of a funny shape at the moment. Okay, let's take that shoulder pad now. Let's spiky it up. So we'll go back and we're going to get the spiky brush tool, which I don't have the brush menu docked, so I'm just going to go over here for it. Okay, I'm going to do this a little bit different to what is on the illustration, because we're going to do the kind of the scorpion style, I think. So I'm going to run two ridges, two ridge lines down here. Chris, I hope you don't mind me freewheeling and doing this a little bit kind of a little bit off design. So we're going to use the spikes tool now, which I thought I had active. No. Okay, so on these ridges down here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some big spikes, bigger spikes. Right, it's got some big spikes on the ridge line, and then we've got some right, there we go. So this, I'm not expecting them to pick up as actual spikes. I'm expecting it to look more like the scorpion kind of texture. So if you look at a scorpion's claws or scorpion's legs, this will have the look of like a chitinous armour. So I don't want it to be too regular. I want, you know, irregular patterning. Actually save it, because I haven't saved it once since I started sculpting this guy. They'll print fine, Chris. They'll just be like little nodules that they're on the surface. They won't need any kind of like major support because they're quite shallow, spikes. So I've deliberately not made them. If you look at them, they've got quite a low profile to them. So I don't think they'll need. Did you ever test out your Sonic Mini 4K that got thrown over the fence? By the way, Chris. I really hope it works okay for you. Oh dear. You want to get that running, mate? Yeah. You're not better to test it your end before you ship it though, because if it gets to Tony and it's not working, you're gonna have a more difficult time trying to get a return organised, aren't you? Fingers crossed everything's okay. I mean, to be fair, these printers, they are pretty robust and well packaged when they're, you know, they're brand new. If it gets to them and the case isn't cracked or anything like that, then you're pretty much in a good position, I think. Worst that might happen is that you might have some like loose cabling inside. It's like you have like these little computer ribbon type cables, and they're a bit of a faff. And if one of them comes loose, you might find the display doesn't work or something like that, but you won't know that until you kind of fire it up. So fingers crossed for you anyway. Okay, so loads of straps, loads of light leather plate bits. Oops. Right, I think he's looking quite scorpion-y now. Let's do his pants. Give him his spiky pants. Just inflate the front a touch. And we go back in with the little spike brush again. Okay, right, so I'm just going to put the symmetry back on, smooth out the outline of the pants at the back. Just going to use the clay build-up tool just to fill in his crack. Use a very small small clay build-up brush just to put a little ridge on the edge, not for any kind of like detailing, but more just to create a kind of definite edge. So we'll give him on his belt here. I was going to do another like a dividing line there, and yeah, I'm just about to get onto them ones for you, Chris, on the on the belt here now, just trying to figure it out. So let's set that back there. And then I can put that to there. So this piece I can reshape now. So this bit's going to come down like this. I'm just going to just carve that into the inside a little bit, so it's, say carve it, I'm just going to build it up, so I just rough it into the inside. So there's some depth to it. Oops, a bit too much there. To the outside, just polish that edge. Now this is a non-spiky section, so there'll be no spikes on this bit. Let's just carve that back into there, so I don't need that. Crisp up that upper ridge with, so this is just the clay build-up tool there, but I'm just going to run a line of orb crack under there. I haven't used orb crack today much, have I? Not compared to what I normally do. Okay, so let's do the changing the shape a bit at the front just to give it a bit more visual interest. What I'm going to do here, I'm just going to mask off this stinger section of the middle of the belt, and I'm going to bring the armour here forward and down a touch, just to again just create a little bit more visual interest, but also to keep that kind of a spiky kind of thing going on through the armour. I want to just run the inflate brush just here, just so these bits join. Okay, then right, so we need stitching on the sides, so let's get your stitching in here. Again, with stitching, you create a bridge between the. So carve the chasm first. Carve the split, the panel line. Use the clay build up and bridge the gap to create the stitch effect. which is happening here as well. In fact, I won't do the backside there yet because I've got to reshape those panels. And then the final thing is to come in with a decent Z intensity on the orb cracks, and then smallish brush size, and then just draw around here so the holes that the stitching is threaded into. Just give the implication, the indication that that is there. There we go. Now we've got some stitched panels. So for the back piece, let's change the shape of this. Let's bring this down. Let's assume this guy doesn't care about sitting down too much, to be fair, yeah? I say, these Darkuns, they're not concerned with trivial things like comforts. They'll just stand around pondering a bit of self-flagellation whilst they wait for orders from the cult master. Okay. Okay, so let's just get the little stitching holes in. And again, we're saying, like, when you're dealing with miniatures, like, obviously that's pretty coarse stitching for real fabrics and whatever. If you look at the illustration, we've got probably 10 stitches in the same place where I've put 4. But again, in a kind of a real life type scenario, if I scale that down, you're not going to be able to paint them. So they've got to be big enough to be able to be painted. Okay, so this front panel we're going to leave clear. And I might do, there's a little ridge line from there to there actually, just and I think the back piece here, I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to do a double ridge. Smooth that out, and then we'll go in with our spiky brush. We'll do little spiky scorpion nodules to start with. Get these in there. And as I said before, these, I'm not intending for these to be individual spikes that will all show up perfectly. These will be like a kind of they'll be like a little bumpy nodular type texture that you would get on like scorpion kind of like exoskeleton. Okay, and now bump up the intensity, so I was on 31 before. Let's bump it up to 42, let's increase the draw size a touch. Let's go higher with the intensity. here, I'm just nudging this ridge a touch. Just so that it encompasses these spikes a bit better. Okay, so he's got a spiky bum plate now. We've got his couple of non-spiky plates, and there's a couple of, like, on the illustration there's a few like big spikes sticking out the back of his bum. I don't really like to make of them. I'm going to omit them, I think, from the design, if that's alright by you, Chris. Okay, so the next piece will be his... Does he have anything on his forearms? Good lad. Thank you, Chris. So next piece, then we're going to look at his... oh dear. So I'll just change my reference image. So we've got the legs, so we've got the thigh armour, and then we've got his boots. So his boots are fairly straightforward. The thigh armour is, again, pretty straightforward. We're going to put a couple of straps on to hold the armour in place. Let's just save it quickly. Ooh, I think I might have just got a nice little deal going there. Won't say anything about it now because it could be a good one. So I'm just going to carry on with this sculpt, and if the new client is happy, I might stream some of their work as well. Right, so this armour here, let's keep this for a fairly small area, I think, because I don't want him to look... I'm mindful, obviously, he's quite Spartan in his kind of like coverage of armour on the illustration. And because I've added all these straps, he's kind of really kind of like, he's like bulked up a bit more. So to make sure he stays... To make sure he stays in the kind of, you know, the right oh, do you know what I just thought? I think I might have done, but I don't know. No, it's fine. As you were hoping then, Chris? Got scorpion in this in? Is that a word? Scorpion likeness? Awesome sauce. Okay, so when I do these legs, I'm going to do the same as what I did on his shoulders. So we'll just have the one ridge line here with the large spikes on it, and then we'll do all the little spikes again. Oh god, I've got to try and find the setting for the small spikes now. I remember it was size 30, intensity 31. I don't remember what size I was on. So I was going to have to experiment. Okay, extract, accept. Just inflate that a touch just to thicken them up. Okay, I've accidentally still got some of the pants in there. So let's just remove all the stuff I don't want, delete hidden. Okay. So let's do some shaping on these first. So we're just going to trim up the outsides with H polish. Let's do a bit of Dynamesh on these first. Okay, so let's put the ridge lines in. Use dynamic tessellation for this bit to make sure the ridge line smooths in nicely. And let's do the straps before I do the spikes, I think. So append another cylinder, shrink, shrink, shrink. Dynamesh. Just going to copy that strap down to the bottom of the leg, the bottom of the thigh. Let's mirror and weld that so they're on the other side as well. And let's append a ring. Let's inflate the ring a touch. Pop one there, and we'll pop one there. Okay, so let's just merge them down again now, and we'll mirror and weld that. Let's get these spikes in. What time are we on? 12 o'clock. I think we're on course for finishing this today, Chris. Hopefully. Got 31 on the intensity. Draw size got to be about 10. Yep, about 10. There we go. Okay, so 50 for the Z intensity on the bigger spikes, and it was 21, wasn't it, I think? There we go. So that's his leg spikes done. Let's do his boots. Don't know why I said it like that. When you work on your own all day, you do weird things. Extract the boots. Delete the internals. Close the holes. Okay, so boot wise on this guy, we're going to go don't want to make his boots look too chunky. Okay, so now that I've done these, like the panel lines, if you like, on the boots, I'm just going to raise the level of the outside bits so it looks like they're like an overlayer. But I don't want to add any bulk to it, so I'm not going to inflate the whole foot. I'm just going to feather this out, blend it in. So I'm going to put some stitching up the front. Is that too big? No, yeah, it's too big. Let's just reduce my size down to what, 10? So just run the smoothing over the top so they've got a nice clean shape to them. I'm just going to go back in and clean up the perimeter with those little stitch holes. Okay. Again, there are only subtle little details here, but this is just enough to pick up a little bit of ink. And just to create a bit of physical definition between the laces and the boots. Okay, I'm just going to bump my resolution up on the Dynamesh, put polish on, and that to little resolution. There we go. Okay, now the only other oh no, that was wrong. The only thing I want to do here, I want to thin the boots out, so I'm going to end up taking his actual feet off, I think. But I just want to nudge using the move tool, the move brush. I just want to bring his feet in a touch. So I'm just going to group the actual feet and delete them from the image, from the scene. And I'm just going to come in and just polish up the toes, just so there's no weird ridge lines. So I'm going to come right down with the size now. I'm just going to polish along the edge of this line, just to try and like take the line off the one side. So just taper it in a bit more gradually. And I don't know why I'm bothering actually, because this is me looking at it thinking it needs it, but again, I know on the miniature it's not going to make any difference. Started now, so let's just see that through to the end. It's a bit too severe. And then the last thing to do will be toes, and then we do his whip. But I think it might be best to do the whip in position. So Chris, if you thought about pose, we're virtually there now, mate. So I'm just going to carve off the bottom of his foot just to flatten his shoes. Okay, so he is ready for posing. Oh no, rings on his boots. Yep, let's do the rings. Pen, ring. Okay, so in this bit now, I'm just gonna right. His boots are feeling like too plain to me. I feel like they need something, I'm not sure what. Right, Chris, I know this isn't on the design, but I think it'll help tie the boots in. There you go. You have to get Martin to draw these up as your scorpion boots and stuff. I have to say, I really love the way Martin's doing these paint overs as well, where he's got the all like the lovely rendering on there. Yeah, that's it. Very nice. I'm just going to show that. So not that one. Martin, who's one of Chris's artists, who's been doing some work for him. He's done this basically using the assets. Oh God, where's it gone? Oh no, ZBrush has died. Brilliant. I wonder how much of that I'm going to have to do now. What even prompted that crash? Balls. So it turns out my most recent actual save is more up to date than my ZBrush in my bad books. Oh, this is only the boot collar that's missing, so let's just redo that anyway. Good job I'd saved that, isn't it? Chris, this was no way your fault, mate. This is just ZBrush doing what it does best. Screw me over. Making me do my work again. So it's a fantastic piece of kit, but I absolutely loathe it at times. I just wish they could do something about the stability on it, because ZBrush is brilliant, but then this happens, and all of your love for the package and the program, they just fade into a sea of obscenities. Grab my spiky brush back again. So you had any thoughts on pose, Chris? While I just rebuild these bits. Okay, there's the big spikes. Let's get the little ones in. In fact, I'll use them for the toe spikes first. Do you know what? I'm going to change the toes, mate. So now we get to 21. No, sorry, 51 wasn't it? 50 on there. And 30 on the intensity on this one. Brush size about 10. Hey Snowy, how you doing, mate? Thanks for joining today. What's on the lunch menu, eh? Ponder what I'm going to have in a minute. Got those nice little Covent Garden soup containers in the fridge. I think it's like spiced butternut squash or something like that. Should be quite nice on a what is pretty crappy British autumnal day. Oops. Croissants and raisin buns. Very, very good. I had a bit of fruit toast for breakfast this morning. I always forget how nice that stuff is. Right, so spiky, spiky, spiky. Savey, savey, savey. God, I'm losing it. Right, pose then, Chris. Whip behind. So doing with one arm forward, one arm back like that. The whip's kind of like cracking behind him and back to land. And like I say, we'll put a little dead stump. Maybe some kind of little creature sitting on the stump or something like that, just to add a little bit of extra detail. Okay, so let's bring out his ruler and his base. Save one more time just for good measure. Okay, right now merge visible is going to create a new tool for me with everything in it, so I'm going to faff around doing, I can't remember what it's called now, the transpose master thing, because all of my stuff is already at high resolution. It's all Dynamesh, I haven't got a lower resolution mesh anywhere. Transpose master doesn't really work for me. It doesn't really do anything different to what I've just done, so there's no point in me doing that. And it's just the way I work, so it's not that it's not a useful tool, it's just not useful for me. Split hidden. Let's take the base off, split the base away. Right, so I'm going to keep the base, I'm going to remove the colour on the base so I can see it a bit better. And then we're going to take Mr. Scorpion. Oh no, do you know what I've just thought? All of those little spikes are separate pieces. Every single one of them. When I try and isolate this guy, I'm going to have to... Oh, turds. So, because basically, if I put him into polymesh like this, you can see every single thing that is a different colour. And that includes every single spike everywhere on this model. So every one of these spikes is going to have to be individually isolated. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to hide his body. Oh no, dear. Oh no, indeed. I'm going to take that boot. I'm going to group it masked. I'm going to take this boot and group masked. I've also just realised I forgot to mirror those over, so I need to split these. Mirror and weld, merge back in. So yeah, so now I'm just going to take... Oh, hiya Brain Clay, thanks for joining in. It's a new name for me, I don't recognise you from previous streams. Thank you for joining. Thanks for popping in, say hello. And for the and for the hint and tip as well. Okay, so let's do that. Then I'm going to take the body away. Oh man, look at all that. All that manky stuff in the middle. This is not an efficient way of doing it, and I can feel it in my gut, but I'm committed, so I'm going to see it through. Look at all them spikes. Ah. Get the thigh armor sorted. Group masked. Take these pieces. Might as well just pick out the individual spikes on them. They're not too bad, these ones. Group masked. And let's take... got all these outer spikes in. Group masked again. And then all that's left to get is his poser pouch and the little spikes that are here. Group masked. Brilliant. Right, so we save it before ZBrush screws me over again. Oh. Okay, and now I need to I'm going to dynamesh everything and merge dynamesh groups. So we'll dynamesh at 1100 resolution. Hopefully that should be enough to pick up all of the things, but it should reduce my poly count down a little bit and make it easier to do everything. Ah, you ball bag. It might not reduce my poly count down, it might have bumped it right up, but come on, ZBrush. It's possible I've just pushed the poly count a little bit too high with the dynamesh. With all these groups in there as well, it might just not like it. Still thinking that little blue ring, if I start, when this is your cursor, this is ZBrush thinking about it. When ZBrush is thinking for this long, it's crashed. So I'm just going to tap the screen a couple of times, see if I can prompt ZBrush to just die on me. There you go. Let's close it and reopen it, but luckily I've just saved it, so it's not the end of the world. And there is what I was talking about before the last crash. This is Martin's wonderful paint over. So he's taken the 3D model I sculpted of this guy and basically turned it into an illustration with some nice painting, rendering, some lighting and stuff that wasn't on the original model, and they look lovely. Right, so let's get back on. Pino, just noticed you've liked the stream on Facebook. If you're still watching, how you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well. Oh, thanks for the follow, Brainclay. How long have I been doing minis? I've been doing minis for bloody ages. So I started painting minis 34 years ago. I was 5 years old. And then when I was about 11, 12 years old, I started doing conversions. So that was when I started sculpting bits and bobs using green stuff and milliput and whatnot. Then about 20 odd years ago, I was doing green stuff minis. So I was sculpting wire armatures, making a wire armature, sculpting the model from scratch. And I did Chris's original range of models for him back then, for the Cursed Empire stuff. And I switched over to digital then probably 2010, maybe a touch earlier. So yep, 43 minis. So yeah, about 2010 I started sculpting digitally in ZBrush, and I was doing it as a sideline for a while, and then back in 2016 I set up a business. 2015 I set up a business doing it, so Line Tower Miniatures, making resin miniatures, and they were all digitally sculpted and produced in cast resin. And then August 2019 I hung up my hat doing resin miniatures as a sideline and started doing STL sales. And then through the STL sales, that's kind of, I went full time January 2020, then just before all the COVID nonsense happened. So and then the market exploded, and every man and his dog joined and jumped on the bandwagon, and kind of it's been a bit of a dog eat dog world ever since then. But I still enjoy it. I still love what I do. So yeah, this is. I mean, if I'd have done this 10 years ago when I first started, a model of this kind of thing, it'd taken me days to do. So I've been working on it for 2.5 hours. No, is that right? Yeah, 2.5 hours to get to this point from scratch. So it's one of those things. You kind of gain speed and figure out your techniques and get your technique down with experience. So right, so we're up to posing this dude, aren't we now? So there we go. So all my groups are in place. I'm not going to polymesh him this time. I'm just going to click and mask and stuff, and then yeah, the whole STL market's gone a little bit crazy, to be honest. So like everybody's doing it, and a lot of people kind of came on board after like everything had started off, and they were kind of like, you know, we need to make ourselves seen. So they started offering more and more and more stuff every month for less and less money, and the whole market just became like a big race to the bottom. So you've now got people out there for $10 a month doing like, you know, 50 models, and you can't compete with that. Do you know what I mean? It's gone a little bit crazy. I'm trying to take a little bit of a different stance on it at the moment. So I'm doing a bit more in terms of like client work. So Chris for Cursed Empire wanted like this model, for example. This is custom a client piece, and then when I first started out, one of the things I used to do was I used to kind of sculpt. I'd release a few models, and then I'd put polls out to my Patreon, and I'd put the polls out and say, basically, you know, this is the theme for this month. Here's a few models I've already done. What else would you like me to make? And there was a lot of engagement with it. And then, you know, I'd be talking to people and kind of discussing how we were going to design the models. They'd poll what kind of equipment they were going to have and what kind of model I was going to make, etc. And you know, it was all really kind of like, I really enjoyed it. And then the whole market dynamic changed after the first lockdown. So kind of March 2020, we went from, there was about 40 of us offering STL files back in the, you know, January, February kind of time. Even in March, there was about 40 of us. By April, there was like 180 people doing STL files. So the market just kind of blew up, and then it just got more and more and more people going on from there. And then we had all these companies jumping in because it was like a cash grab type thing. They realised there was some money to be made, and we had kind of like studios pop up where they had no, you know, most of the digital artists out there, you know, I'm definitely in a minority here where I don't have like a video games background. I've taught myself everything here. This is all kind of like, you know, just learning. The way I sculpt is basically very similar to how I actually used to sculpt in green stuff. So I use the same kind of techniques and same kind of principles. So I don't do the poly modelling thing. So when you see, like, if you see any of my sculpt, if you've actually seen the sculpting part, I'm kind of building it up and shaping it and polishing it, rather than pulling points and stuff to get to the shapes I need. So I'm in a very small minority of sculptors who are actually hobbyists. So I print models, I paint them. You know, I do the whole hobby spectrum right through to like gaming side of things. So I understand the product, and a lot of these guys came into the market from a video games background, started selling STL files, and you can spot them a mile off because they sculpt very nice models that look great on renders. But they don't understand miniatures, and you can tell from the figures, like the hands are realistic scale, the head's realistic scale, some of the details are too superficial, and you need to kind of account for you know, a lot of exaggerations when you make a miniature over when you just make a model or a figure that's going to be rendered up digitally on a screen. And the problem we've had as an industry is like this kind of like, I'm gonna refer to them as naive sculptors. Like they're naive miniature makers. They're good sculptors, but they're not good miniature makers. These naive mini makers have kind of come in and they've like saturated the market at the same time as a whole new customer base was created, because while we were all in lockdown, no one could leave their homes and do their normal hobbies. 3D printing was still something you could do. So everybody's got their 3D printers. They've bought the resin. They're sitting at home and they're scratching their heads, kind of going, well, I've got this magical technology. I can make whatever I want, but what do I make? And obviously you need something that's small enough that you can produce it in a relatively quick time and stuff. And a lot of people discovered miniatures through 3D printing without ever having bought a metal miniature or a plastic mini or a resin mini before that. And they just without any kind of concept of miniatures or any understanding about miniatures, jumps into this this industry where there's all these STL files available, and they're literally just drawn into the shiny stuff that looks sexy on the renders. So they're buying all these files, and people have got 10,000-15,000 files sat in hard drives or cloud drives and stuff. They're never going to print them. So most of these files that people have bought because they look nice, they're never going to see the light of day anyway. But then at some point somebody's going to come to print these things and realise they're not printable. And then if they have printed it, they're not going to be able to paint it. And then if they do paint it, they're going to break it when they start gaming with it. So they're not fit for purpose. But they don't know that because they don't print their own stuff. They don't paint their own stuff. Most of them have never painted a miniature in their life. I would I would hazard a guess that. So you need to kind of my usual likeness. It's like a chef who doesn't eat. How could you buy a meal from a chef and have confidence that it's going to taste nice if they've never eaten anything, they've never tasted it themselves, and they've got no frame of reference to compare it to. So it's the same kind of thing. If you like when I make these models, I'll print them out. So this is one of the ones I did on a previous stream for Chris. I'll print these models out. I will pop them in my paint queue. I'll paint them all up, and I might realise at some point I've screwed up something and I've done something I shouldn't have done, and I might discover that during the point when I'm supporting the model. So I might be adding supports, and then like this guy is so riddled with spikes, it's crazy. Yeah, skinny chef is a bad chef. So this guy, you probably can't see great in there, but he has got so many spikes all over him, and some of them are quite small, thin spikes. And I wasn't sure when I made him, and I said this at the time, if I was going to have to go back and revise the sculpt to make it more printable. So as it happens, he printed beautifully. First time, all the supports worked, all the spikes came out fine. It was brilliant, and it was one of these like real joyous moments of hobbying where you kind of, it's a genuine success and you really feel pleased with yourself for it. So I did that one obviously, but I was prepared to go back and adjust the sculpt. But I can only do that because I've tried to print it and I've supported him myself. I've gone through that process and I understand it. When it comes to painting, with him, I'm fairly confident. I haven't got any issues. There's no areas that are going to be like a drama. But there's other models I've sculpted where there's areas where you can't really get a paintbrush in, and you can struggle to get some of the details picked out. There's areas that are I've added detail or texture or something like that, and the detail doesn't come out in a miniature. Or it comes out on a miniature, but then it gets lost when you start painting it. And you've got two choices at that point. You can either accept you've screwed up and move on and learn from it, or you can go back and adjust it. Now, if I've got time in the ideal world, I'd love to go back and adjust all the sculpts. In fact, there was one I did last month, I think it was, which was the big winged guy, a Cambion. Let me just pull the render up of him. I'll show you the one I'm on about. I did the render at the point when I did the the model at the point when I did the sculpt, and there's a bit missing. There's something missing out of it. So give me a second. Blender renders. It's in my done file. Right, so let me just save this again, just to make sure I don't lose what I've been doing. Because last time I tried to show a picture, ZBrush crashed. So this guy is a sculpt I did at the end of October. So what I didn't realise at the time, this bit here across the top of the wing, I hadn't actually managed to fully join the wing membrane to the wing, and it wasn't noticeable until I actually went to go and do the supports on him, and it pulled up. Oh, cheers guys, thank you. It pulled up loads and loads and loads of little island errors all the way across this line right here, and on this side as well. And it was one of these kind of things where, you know, like a lot of people will leave like the inside of this skirt open. They'll leave it nice and like really thin, like it's an actual bit of flowing cloth, and you end up with like huge voids that you can never get a paintbrush into, and that's not what we need from a miniature. So it's better to kind of like solidify as much as you can and make it so that you can get a paintbrush into all the areas. And you also have to think about how the paint is going to react. So this bit of chainmail I've done here, I know full well I'll paint that black, dry brush it with silver, beautiful looking chainmail. I've got enough depth in there, we can put like a black wash over the top to help pick up the details and pick up the shading. The cloth here, again, you think about where the ink's going to fall, where the highlights can land, how you're going to pick out the different bits. And it's those kind of things you have to think about when you're sculpting the model, and you can only do that with that end-to-end experience and understanding of what you're doing. The alternative is you have an art director who you report into, who does understand it and knows it all, and you pass all of your work through to an art director, and they kind of go, right, you need to change this, you need to change this, change this, deepen these details, make this more pronounced, etc, etc. So you have this kind of like an audit on the model before it gets approved and pushed forward, so like a proper approvals process. But again, most of these like independent artists, Patreon creators, even the studios, I will say, don't have the person there with the knowledge and the understanding to be able to like make those calls, and they can't self audit in the same way that they need to be able to be able to kind of put out actual proper miniatures versus models. Now you can take these things that they make and you can blow them up to 6 inches tall, and you'll have a nice miniature, a nice model on your table. But when you try and do them at 32mm scale, it's different. And the scale is about the level of exaggeration and the level of detail you apply to a sculpt, not necessarily just how big you actually make it. So this guy is intended to be, he's sculpted at 32mm scale, and that is the intent all the way through. You can't take something that's realistically proportioned and blow it down to 32mm scale, because, well, you can, but you're going to lose a lot of the detail. A lot of things are going to go superficial, and he's going to look like he's got a pinhead and like baby hands. So you've got, you know, they just look wrong at that scale. You have to make allowances and concessions for the exaggerations needed for the scale, and that's the kind of stuff you will only ever gain that through the end-to-end experience side of things. And you know, I will always tell any digital sculptors to print their own work, support their own work, print their own work, and have a go at painting it. But again, it's one of those things, you know, I don't get as much time as I want to paint models, because, you know, I'm a sculptor. That's what pays the bills. I have to be making models. So I do paint, but just not as much as I'd like to. So another bot post. I want Twitch this time though. It's normally from YouTube. Okay, so let's get this guy posed then. Talked your ears off for the last 15 minutes. So I was just grouping some of the things. So I've got like the left hand and the right hand side are separate meshes. They have to be a different group, otherwise I can't isolate them. So we're going to go for, yeah, absolutely, mate. It really does, and it's like I say, it's that whole the whole understanding of the product is what it's all about, and you'll only gain that by making the effort, really. You know what I mean? And turds. Right, Chris, I'm going to go for a wide stance on this guy, so I'm not going to make him running or anything like that. I'm going to give him a... I'm going to give him a wide, stable stance. Dio, you're right, mate. It is too symmetrical for my usual thing. Yeah, if it was my own design fully, there'd definitely be at least a shoulder pad missing, I think. Every single time I've had Dio do work for me, I've laboured the whole point about making it asymmetrical to make it what do you call it? To make it more interesting. That's just how I prefer to do things, and obviously this guy is like far from asymmetrical. In fact, I think a lot of your designs are quite symmetrical, Chris, from what I remember thinking about it. Yeah, so the leg in the concept art, basically this guy was part of he was part of like a character montage. So there was him and 3 other Darkun characters. So the big spiky guy I did on a previous stream, he was at the back, so he was only actually illustrated from the waist up. The guy I did on the last stream, he was off to one side, but he was partially obstructed by another character, so he only had one leg done. This guy sits on the right hand side of the illustration, so the leg you can see is visible in the artwork, but the leg that's missing is behind another character, so you don't see it again. And then the character who's sitting at the front is a full illustration, so she's kind of like covering them over. So it's just about the way they were positioned. They've just been pulled out to be used as card art, basically. So a little bit of I think these guys are only in the card by from like the knees up or something like that, so you can't see the bits that haven't been painted. So that was all it was. It's just a little bit of time saving and painting what needs to be painted, if you like. I mean, I often do it myself with the model. You know, if you don't need to do it, if you don't need to sculpt something, if it's not going to be visible, why spend all the time and effort doing it? Okay, let's just straighten his foot round. Okay, so let's go. Oh, do you know what? I've just realised this is going to be an absolute pig to do now, because I've got to try and add a twist to his waist. How the bleeding hell do I twist this guy with all these straps and... Oh. I'm going to split that. I'm going to do the same with this arm. I'm going to take his head off. And I'm going to try something. And I don't know if it's going to succeed or not. So wish me luck. Stupid thing. Right, so I've never done this before. I have no idea if it's going to work. So we'll see. So if I go to skew. So we've got these deformer tools here. This is all to do with different types of transformation we can use. So I can try bend arc. Will that work? That's just kind of rotating it around and not really doing anything. So let's try a different one. Let's try. Is there a twist? Yeah, twist. Let's try a twist. Let's try that. Let's see if that's done enough for me. So I'm going to position this, drop it up into the shoulder joint. Again, let's grab the shoulder. Ah. Right now. Got him back to front here, so I'm just gonna make him a lefty rather than try and like flip him and invert him. Okay, so let's put his head in place now. So we do all this posing, all this positioning of all the parts and everything else, and then basically once it's all done, grab a unifying pass, where what we'll do is basically just take all of the model that is sculpted so far and just make it all coherent. And that just means like smoothing everything in together where it needs smoothing, making sure that all of like the muscles work as they should. So here, for example, this pectoral muscle here, I need to stretch that one out. This one can come in a bit. This one's going to be coming up to here. This is going to have to just deform a bit now, so I'm just going to have to like that. it's just having a little bit of a fiddle around, just making sure everything fits where it needs to. I'm just going to line this one up because I've got a hollowing behind this ring. So I'm going to extrude that back into the body, so it's not going to cause any kind of problems. Same with this one. And that one. Just make sure that I'm guessing it's on all the rings, so let's just get them all now while I'm out. So that now I can just bring out a touch. Okay, so I think just need to move his throat around a bit. And what I will do afterwards, I'll take the, I'll merge all this together. I'll take the arms, join the arms together into one single mesh with the body and the head, the neck and the legs and everything else, and then I'll just sculpt all of them in so they all work properly. That arm actually needs to be down a bit, this one I think. In position there on the base. Okay, and this, ow, the bomb's gone numb. Right, the handle of this whip. Right guys, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to put you on a BRB for a minute because I'm just going to go and take a quick rest break and grab a snack, and then I'll be back and we'll get this finished off and get him posed up. So bear with me a second, I'll just be a couple of minutes and I'll be with you shortly. Right guys, back with you now. Feeling much relieved and with a little bit of feeling back in my bottom. Right, so where was I now? Right, so just positioning this guy, we're talking about the whip handle. Right, now I've just spotted something squiff here, which I just need to go and correct and sort out before it gets too far. It's not the end of the world, but this weird little bit, this is basically I've left a little bit unmasked here. And when you do that, you get this kind of thing going on. The easiest way of doing it is to just use the dynamic tessellation brush, smooth it all off, and then sometimes what will happen is it will get pinched off like that. And if it does, what I can do is I can just group mask there, come back to the overall view, and then I can just split masked, takes that shard away, I'll just delete it. There's probably quicker and easier ways of doing that, but I know so many different ways of doing things, sometimes it's hard to figure out which is the best way to use for that moment, so just go with whatever's in your head. I've got a bit of torso or something poking through here which I just need to deal with. And the top of his undercrackers, let me just smooth them off. Don't need that bit. Right, what I do need though here is for this to have there, so I need the leg to tuck into that. That's fine. That's this bum cheek, I'm just going to bring it forward, I'm going to pull it into the side of his leg because that's where it goes. Just going to smooth it out here. I don't want it to be so angular. This base is annoying me now, I'm going to move it for a minute. While I'm just working through poses, has anybody got any burning questions they want answered, or give me some direction and steer on something to chat about? Watch me sculpt and listen to the sound of my voice. Here we go. Sorting, let's bring that in. I just realised that needs to be gouged right back. So again, the stuff that's on the inside, you don't have to make it pretty. You just need to... oh, turds. You've got to do it the right way around though. Anything that's going inside to the model and is being carved away, all you've got to do is get it past the surface so you can't see it anymore. You don't need to worry about the surface finish or any of that kind of business, because once you get to the end it's all going to get merged in anyway. And so in the ideal world you could make everything nice and clean and crisp and concise, but in reality when you're doing production models you just need to make it look good. These aren't being animated or anything like that, so there's no rigging to consider, there's no, you know, sexy clean geometry or none of that business. I've mangled the geometry there a little bit on the leg, so I'm just tidying that up. I'm sure I levelled that foot out, but I must not have. Let's just grab the knee. Just move the neck again, just reposition it a little bit. Head didn't feel right to me. Let's just save this for a minute. Just going to jump into another tool and make a whip. Well, I'm going to make the whip handle and the scorpion tail barbs for the end. So I'm just going to append a cylinder. Let's delete my sphere because I don't need it. And a handle shaped-ish. Thank you, Shadow Gains. Yeah, if you've got any questions about anything, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to talk through processes and, you know, the thinking that goes into stuff. So, like in this example, now I'm just going to make a make a sword. Well, a sword. It's a whip. I'm going to make the whip handle. There are a million different ways I could do this probably, but again, I'm going to go with the one that springs to mind. So this one's got a kind of, I'm not even sure what shape it is. There's just like a big kind of wedge at the bottom. So I'm just going to take the tool here. I don't need X symmetry on. I'm going to enlarge my movement brush as much as possible. I'm just going to make the kind of shape I'm looking for. A bit like that. And it can be really rough as well. I don't need to be too polished about it. Let's bring that over here. So this is going to be like a big spike here. No worries, Dio. We'll catch up with you later, mate. You take it easy. Thanks for joining. Right, so I'm just going to dynamesh that now, which I've just... Okay, I've added too much resolution, but it doesn't matter. It's way too big. So what? It does matter. Let's go right down. God, even that's too much. Smooth it out and do again. Right, 120, there we go. That's better. So now I can use dynamic topology. I'm going to do the claw here. So again, you're not going to see me doing any like polypulling and mesh work or anything here. This is all, everything I do is sculpting. So working with the shapes I've got. So basically establish the rough shape first, and then once you've got the shape in, you can polish, refine, etc, etc. Okay, so we'll go with that as the whip handle ish. Let's just change the top part here. Oh dear, what happened then? Why is it inflating everything? That's weird. That is not right. That should not be a global inflate. Do it the old way by bulking it up. Okay, let's just dynamesh that again, and I think I'm good to go on that one now. should have shrunk it down really to start with, because I ended up working with that way too big. So this is going to be like the size of a house by the time it was ported into the scene. So it should be okay now. Right, if I just copy that now, go back here, let's pop this in his hand. So it's still too large, but not as big as it was. Shrink it down, turn it and orientate it down. Right, now I think I should have a fist somewhere in another tool. So let's just have a look through the other models. Comes in like it's got a fist, but do I take his hand? His hand's a bit too close, so that's not a good start. Okay, let's have his hand. Copy and let's paste it into here. Again, you could spend a lot of time posing and making the fist and whatnot, but let's just not bother. Let's just take a shortcut. Get to the same point anyway. Split mast. Let's just hide that hand now. Let's merge that hand with the arm. So alright, Dynamesh 784 with groups on, but I need to make that and not the same group. Shadow Goons indeed work smarter. If I've sculpted something once, I'm going to make use of it. Doesn't make sense not to. This is the thing, when you're doing like, if you're doing like a one-off project and it's it's just a single model that you're just doing as a kind of a study or whatever it is, then it works. It pays to kind of do everything properly. And if you don't know the anatomy, you don't know how to make things in the first place, using cheats and shortcuts doesn't really help you in the long run. And it can catch you out because you can screw it up and not even realise that you've got it wrong. So obviously you need to understand and know anatomy and everything else in the first place so that you can afford to cheat and skip the elements. So like with the body, when I start making this, I started using a pre-made body mesh, which was this one, which I've done previous. So this is my starting point for this model. Yeah, let me just get back to the model for you, Chris. worries, mate. So yeah, so by shortcutting certain elements and using pre-made components, it's fine as long as you're able to kind of accommodate that. So when I did the body twist in this and I changed all the posing and stuff like that, certain elements, certain muscles and stuff are going to change the shape. They're going to deform in a certain way. And when you pose the model in ZBrush, you're not going to like pose all of the muscles and everything else in a believable fashion. You're going to have no choice but to come back in and do a sculpting pass. So if you don't understand how the anatomy works and you don't know it to start with, even though you've used a pre-made base mesh which has got all of like the muscles and everything already sculpted into it, when you do that pose, you could be putting the twists in the wrong place. You could be like creating unnatural movement. You know, it just doesn't work because you don't know what you're doing. Or you could end up with trying to sculpt the anatomy back in afterwards and kind of making a pig's ear of it, so it looks visibly jarring. Like I say, it's always good when you get to a production level to kind of use shortcuts, but you can't afford to do it until you've mastered the basics and you've done the hard work to get to that point. Which is why, like I say, 10 years ago it had taken me a week or more to do this model, and today it's been 3 hours, is it? 3 hours or so. Yeah, it's easier to sculpt when you've got reference to work from as well. So like if you're doing something if you don't know what you're doing and you go into it blind, like a lot of the time I sculpt my own stuff, I'm concepting in 3D on the fly. So I have like an idea in my head of what I want to make, and I might have some visual references and things in front of me, but I don't have an actual finite concept. So I'll be sculpting away and then kind of like I'll go back and redefine something, or I end up sculpting a huge chunk of something and going, actually I don't like that, and just throw it away and discard it. And the whole process can take a lot longer then, because you're kind of having to design and make decisions on the fly. I mean, I've done some of that on this sculpt anyway, because you'll see that the model isn't 100% like the illustration. And part of that was when I started out, Chris. If you don't already know him, Chris Loazu in the call here is the client who this sculpt is for this Cursed Empire game. Chris made a request quite early on that I make his armour scorpion-like, so we had to like get some reference from a scorpion, have a little look at some of the features I could bring in, and that was where I got like these little spikes with bigger spikes on ridges and stuff in the armour. So this was a kind of a design decision. So this whole chest piece is different to what's on the illustration. Well, it's not even on the illustration because we're seeing his back on the picture. So I had to kind of make all of that up. And then obviously the spikes that are all over him, I tweaked those to make them a little bit more irregular. So it follows this scorpion-like, chitin plate kind of look. So there was some like design work on this model to try and figure that out and plan it and go with it. But ultimately, a lot of what I've got is already there to work from. And I'd say it just speeds you up quite a bit doing that, but you've just got to be a little bit mindful at the same time. This next bit is going to be something I'm going to hate doing, because we're going to use the curve brushes. Now, if you've ever used ZBrush, I just don't get them. I don't understand them all. They do my head in something proper. So we've got these curve brushes. So let me just save what I'm doing. So you never know if this is going to be something that's going to kill it and push it over the edge. Right, so the curve brushes. You click on your model, you draw out a big curve. It's actually not an entire failure like I was expecting. But the problem is you can move this and manipulate it in certain ways, and I don't want to do what it's going to do off the box. So I'm going to set bend start, bend end, lock start, lock end. And what that's going to do is that point and that point are going to be stuck where they are, and then I'm just going to position this so that the whip touches the floor, I think. Yeah, the control features are better, but I still really dislike it. I find them just so bloody annoying to use. Like, everything about them just irritates me. The recent editions are much better, but they are still really awkward. So I'm gonna put that whip there like that. Do you know what? I'm gonna bring it to his foot. I'm gonna bring it so it touches his foot. So how long have you been using ZBrush for then, Brainclay? You a regular sculptor, or do you make miniatures, or do you use it for like other art purposes or other design? Right, I'm going to thin this out, so I'm going to use a smaller size. So that's probably about as small as I want to go with this. But I'm going to need to get 3 of them in. Thank you, Shadow Gleans. You flatter me. Or Shadow Geens, rather. You want to say Gleans? Okay, so I'm going to change the curve modifier on this. So we're going to go for size. I'm going to go for the curve here, and I want to bring it down so it doesn't quite go to tiny ends. Mike, thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling after your streamathon, Mike? You and me both, mate. Good afternoon, everybody. Eldritch Scribe, thank you for the follow. Kuragaya Wolf, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, this is Mr. Mike Moans. I'm doing some work for Mike, actually. Do you know what? Let me just save what I'm doing here. Let me go and show you one of the figures I did for Mike recently. How did you get on with building yesterday, Mike? I stuck around for the beginning of the stream, well, for the first few hours, and then dipped back in again later on. But my God, 10 AM till 5:30 AM, and then you were back on, Mike, you machine. You going back to bed now? I bet you're all black and sooty after that as well, aren't you? Let me just see if I can find the render of the model I did for Mike. So there's a couple more we're going to be doing. Mike's creating the Moans verse, which is a whole load of different characters that he's having designed. So there's a lovely artist called is it Red Straw Baby, who's doing some fantastic kind of really cutesy anime type drawings. Really nice. You look like a little chimney sweep. So yeah, so we did. So Red Straw Baby did the drawing of Thaddeus Flange, who's Mike's D&D character. He's a hill dwarf. Remind me what you actually call him, Mike. It's gentleman seductionist, is it, or the gentleman seductionist? A life domain cleric. I thought he was I thought he was a bard looking at him. Just trying to find the render I did for you. Bear with me a second. Do you know if I sort this by? That's it. Thaddeus Flange, the gentleman seductionist. I know I rendered him, and I know I sent you renders, but I don't know where I put the renders. Let me grab my fire chat actually. Here we go. So this is Thaddeus Flange, the gentleman seductionist for Mike. So oh, there you go. You beat me to it, Mike. So this is the finished figure, paintbrushing hair and hammer over shoulder. So we're going to be doing a series of these kind of characters. So yeah, it was a joy to sculpt. I'm looking forward to doing the next one soon. I'm sure if we can get a streaming on Friday maybe, and maybe start this next one. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep them going. He is too happy, I'll bet. Have you painted him yet, Mike? Has Thaddeus graced your painting table yet, or is he still awaiting some attention? Ah, a special. Is that your recovery stream after you've made it back from the brink of this one? I just need to get this curved tube thing working. It's not happening. There we go. Thank you, Unpopular Onion, for the follow, and from. Oh, I've already done Terra. Oh no, Tara from Terra. Thank you for the follow. Right, so this whip is doing my head in. I just need to raise the size on this one a bit. So Mike, are you oh yeah, you do it, mate. A Kickstarter of terrain. You're not doing another big mammoth stream for that one, are you? Thank you again, Mike, and thank you for dropping everybody in here. You enjoy your well-deserved rest. I'll give you a shout in the next day or two. Just we can square up Friday if you want to make sure we're on the same page. I've got the brief on the characters so I can talk about it properly. All right, mate. You take it easy then. Right, then, guys. For those of you who don't know, the model I'm making at the moment, this is from the Cursed Empire game. So I've been working with Chris, who's the game designer and the creator. I've actually been working with Chris for. Chris, jump in on that one. 16 years was it, or 15 years or something like that. I did the last set of models for you. So the Cursed Empire roleplay game's been going for like 30 years, I think it is. There you go, cursedempire.com. There you go, 17 years ago we did the first set of models. It's going right back. This was pre me doing digital, so this is all green stuff. In fact, Chris, if you've got any of the images of the original minis, fling them my way actually, because I don't think I've got any. I lost my old hard drive that had all my photos, all my green stuff work in it, so I actually don't have any photographs. And sometimes it'd be nice to kind of talk to people about these things and show them the like where I started. So yeah, let's say Chris has been doing the Cursed Empire thing for ages now. So he's at a point where he's going into 3rd edition on the roleplay game. So if you like your roleplay games a little bit more dark and sinister with a bit of political subterfuge and all that kind of like nastiness, then you know you're in the right place. It's very, very dark fantasy as well. So these guys that we're making at the moment, they're from a faction called the Darkuns. There's not really anything in D&D that equates to these guys. They are cultists, but when you roleplay these guys, instead of role-playing the individual and being fiercely protective over your character, making sure that they live to fight another day constantly, you are really looking for a kind of death or glory type approach to the game. So your main aim is to die a glorious death, cause as much carnage and destruction as you can on the way out, and gain renown for your cult faction. So you've got the other players are all going to be guarding their character sheets with their lives and being really self-preservationist, and then then you can run along and show them what real fear looks like. So yeah, so it's a really, really cool game. Lots of lovely graphics and illustrations. Chris is investing very heavily in it at the moment to make it a real, visual treat. We've got card games. There's the Heroes of Thargos, which is like heroes versus heroes. We've got the War Galleys of Thargos, which I don't believe is bought out just yet. But if you've ever played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where you jump in the ships and go and do a little bit of naval warfare, it's kind of similar to that as a card game. You've got the tabletop war game, which is like a tabletop roleplay dungeon crawler kind of thing, which is, I think, the next Kickstarter to come out, Chris. But the models you see in here, they're going to obviously be they are used for the Heroes of Thargos card game, but they are also like key figures that are going to be used for the tabletop roleplay. So give Chris a follow anyway. Have a look on the cursedempire.com Facebook page and whatnot else. Thargos Insiders is the Facebook group. Chris, if you want to pop the link up, give that a share. And yeah, the Thargos Insiders group will give you all the gubbins and the important news you need to follow on. Q2 of next year. Nice one. There we go. Okay, so we've got this guy is one of the Darkuns anyway, so he's one of the crazy zealots, the Scorpion Darkun. So I started doing him this morning at 10 o'clock, so we're free, just over three and a half hours in, and he's just about finished, I think. So all I need to do with him now is the barbs on the end of the Troop Dog, thank you for the follow. Yes, all I need to do now on this guy is these barbs on the end of the whip. So they're supposed to be like scorpion cells. So I think I'm actually going to I'm going to deviate a little bit from what is on the model already, what's on the illustration. And I'm just going to take the top of this. I'm going to pull this up. And it goes sideways. We're going to bring it round into a point. So this is the scorpion tail head. Dynamesh that, so it's one. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway because I've ended up ruining it with my dynamic tessellation as it happens. We'll shrink that down, bring it around. I'm going to pop them onto the ends of the whips here. Now before I copy this over, I'll just copy it straight over. So I'm going to put one of these onto the end of each of the whips. one of the tendrils. Okay, so I think he's got enough stability now. I just need to make sure this strand of the whip is connected to the others. So I need a point where they're all touching here in a fairly minimal fashion, and then I need to just bring these down to the floor just to make sure again we've got base contact with them so they can be glued down. So just a little bit of nudging. There we go. Yes, guys, if you want to see the second of the Mike Moans characters being sculpted, I am planning to do a stream on Friday, which will be 10 AM UK time as a start point, and I'll probably go to about 1 o'clock because I think I'm going to end up getting raided then. Not the kind of good raid where you guys all drop in and show some support, but the kind where my daughter comes and takes over my office with YouTube and dolls. So that usually happens on a Friday afternoon. Okay. Right, so here we go. So we've got the Scorpion Darkun now. I need to duplicate this guy. I'm just going to merge all the parts down. Merge the arms in. And then merge down to that. Okay, so where's the body? Let's get the body in as well, because that's a big fail if I don't. Okay, so I need to take the arms, the torso, the body, legs. Just going to split them off. I'm going to come and pick these up separately now, and I'm just going to merge this together. Before I do, I'm just going to bring the shoulder into the torso a bit more there, just to make it a bit of an easier blend. Okay, and then dynamesh everything. I'm not going to leave any groups or anything in place this time, so it'll just be, everything could just be brought together. I'm just going to do a little sculpty pass. So I'm going to take the neck muscles here, a little bit of as it Russell Kane calls it, the triple ripple across the back of the neck. Cockney hard man, triple ripple. So I'm just literally just whizzing around here, just getting some of this, the visible anatomy kind of corrected, just tweaked, just a little bit. I don't want to build anything up too much, because basically it's going to cause too much deformation and have to be like reworked. But equally, it's got to look right, hasn't it? So. Tops of the legs I'm not too concerned about because there's a pair of underpants covering that. but let's get that little hollowing filled just to make sure that is not going to come back and bite me later. Okay, so there we go. One quick unified sculpting pass. Let's just do the hands first. Just run the inflates all over the fingers just to make sure the fingers are a bit more substantial, because they'll just snap off if they're not. And what I was going to do, I'm just going to run a couple of like the tendons down the back of the hands, put the knuckles in. Get the wrists in. So on this hand, let's just do the tendons on the back of the hand. Okay. Right, there he is. Now let's add that back into the other mesh. Let's save this just to make sure it doesn't die again. If you weren't on the stream earlier, I did have a ZBrush crash, and I wasn't even doing anything at the time. It just randomly just shut down and turned off for no apparent reason, because ZBrush is fantastic like that sometimes. Let's just remove that little bit there because I don't need it. Okay, so I just want to reshape this a little bit because it's gone a bit too deformed. I'm not entirely happy with that. But that is okay now. Okay, so why is that going like that? That'll do. Okay, so the colours aren't indicative of anything on this. If you're not familiar with ZBrush, they're just called polygroups. So polygroups are literally just individual sets of mesh that you can isolate and work on. So I can just click on a polygroup or control click on a polygroup, and then every item that is inside that polygroup becomes editable by me without affecting anything else. Okay, so I've got the, I think I'm ready to call this guy done. So let's do the I'm just going to copy him, sorry, duplicate him. I'm going to rename this one Scorpion Darkun. Once I've done the sculpt here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop him into, I'm going to run him through Lychee and do supports on him. So if you're not familiar with supporting models, you might pick up a few tips. If you are, you might be able to give me a steer. Can he have filed teeth? You can if you want, Chris. was using the orb cracks brush just to shape his teeth. I can add some scars if you wanted to. Give him some battle scars. I suppose we've done it with the others, haven't we? Might as well do it with him too. So let's amp up my brush size here. Let's just do a couple of scars on his arm. Do you know, actually, let's just split all the hidden stuff off, and that way I can leave. Oh god, what happened there? ZBrush at its finest, I think. There we go, a couple of nice big nasty gnarly. Do you know what? I'm going to put loads and loads of scarring on this guy's back, because they're religious nut jobs. It's bound to be into self-flagellation. He's carrying a massive great big whip, so why wouldn't he whip himself? Now again, they're quite superficial, so they're not going to be hugely deep. There we go, loads and loads of self-inflicted. There we go, mate. Nice and gnarly and pretty carved up. Okay, so I'm just going to take the one I saved before and delete that. Now I'm going to duplicate this one, which is the hand cramp. Okay, I'm going to duplicate that one and I'm going to merge everything together with Dynamesh. Around about 700 and... let's go for about 1,000 resolution on the Dynamesh. Let's see how this looks. Change the colour so I can see it. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so we're going to take this model, pre-process it to calculate the poly savings we can make from decimation. So this is ZBrush Learning, where all the poly groups are, and the polygons and the vertices. That's done. Now we're going to decimate that to 20% of the original value. So now we have a file size of 286,000. I think that's a bit too small, or not? No, that's fine actually. 286,000 is fine. Okay, so from there I need to put my ruler back in the scene. Let's just call that ruler. So we'll leave the ruler in, so I'm going to remove the base, leave the ruler in, leave the darken that I want. With the ruler active, the ruler is 100mm tall. I'm just going to export it at 100mm, and that is going to put the Chris Evan asked actually, is the Scorpion Darkuns, this guy actually got a name, or we just calling him Scorpion Darkun? Okay, so files are successfully exported. Save that. So we just delete the Tabarag. Okay, I'll make sure that's in the file name when we sort him out. So we'll close ZBrush now for a minute. We're going to load up Lychee. And I'm just going to put the file that we just made into there. Okay, now he's showing red because he needs to be repaired, so I'm just going to do that. Click on Repair 3D Model, and that's fixed it. Okay. Right, so I'm going to rotate the model round so he's standing up a little bit but leaning back. Go to my Prepare tab. Let's start by putting a raft on him. The raft we want to be 50mm. I did finish Vandross's supports actually, but I never got around to test printing him. So what I'll do is I'll put him on with this guy, and then we can test print them both together. I'll save the raft presets there. Right, so with this guy now, I'm going to do right. I've changed my support settings in Lychee. So with my auto supports, if you go into auto support settings here, I've turned off auto bracings and auto parenting. What I found was I was having to undo a lot of the work that was being done by the Lychee auto supports on those two elements. So I've got a 3.5mm auto lift, so it's going to raise it up that much. But if you go into settings and turn these off, the auto supports work pretty well. So I'm going to go for medium auto supports, which are medium auto supports are a 28mm tip diameter with a 2mm tip length and a 1mm kind of stem length. So I'm just going to do that, generate auto supports across the whole model, and it's just going to place a load for me. Okay, now while they're like this, the first thing I'm going to come and do is I'm going to do a bit of parenting. So I'm going to take this one, not as in like looking after the kids, but like merging some supports together. So what I want to do here is, rather than having loads and loads and loads of stuff coming up from the ground, I want them merging together. I want them coming from one, so they're going to branch off like a little tree. And I want to make sure nothing crosses over other areas of the model where it shouldn't. So one of the things Lighty tends to do when it's supporting models, it'll put things straight across, like it'll go between the legs and it'll drag it from there, or it'll take something from the hand here and it'll bring it across and then down through this gap, which isn't really what we want to be seeing. So yeah, the best way of dealing with it is to just move those supports. Things like this one, where it's supporting something from the beginning, I'm just going to press Control Alt and P, which makes it into a pillar support. And what a pillar support is basically just a straight support. And it just gives it a little bit more structure, a little bit more stability to the mass it's supporting. Okay, so here's one. This is what I was saying about before. So this support goes up to the back of the foot here, but it goes across through the whip, which means that when I remove that support, when I try and remove the whip here, I've got to try and remove that from inside, which is not ideal at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that, I'm going to put it over here, and then this one, instead of having that follow the same line, I'm going to attach that to there, and that just helps to keep them into little groups. This one, you have to grab them from the base when you're doing this. So sometimes you see me go underneath the map, underneath the raft. Grab the very bottom of the thing, and you can bring it up and attach it to another one. So I'm just going to clean up the base a touch by doing this. Okay. Oh, stuff that one up because I put it in the wrong place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the auto supports in. Once the auto supports are finished, or once they're finished being tidied up and cleaned, I'm going to do another pass, which is going to be an island detection. So the island detection is literally just looking for any unsupported islands. I think there might be a few on him because of the little mini spikes, but we'll see. So what I want to do is take as much of this stuff as I can and try and just keep it like neat and tidy. Because by controlling this, I can make sure that the model removes nicely from the supports. If we don't do this stage and we don't control this, you could end up with like a tangled web. And like too much clutter. It also saves a bit of resin as well because you're not doing all the vertical supports all the time. Right, now what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to take that one off, but I'm going to join it into his forearm there. So I know that's going to need a bit of support in there. I'm going to lower this. and I'm going to make this as a heavy support, so this has got a bit more heft to it. Just going to move it away from the toe. Why is that not working? Just have that occupy the same space instead if you can't do it. In fact, you know, I'm just going to delete it because it can put it in afterwards. Now I know it's going to need a support on each of the fingers here, so I'm just going to take a medium support first. Pick the tip of the finger up, hold all, and join it back to there. Now when you're placing supports like this, the yellow side of the model, any parts that have got this yellow grid on it, they are the parts that are going to be overhangs. So they're the sides that are facing downwards on the model, so they're the bits that are going to need the supports to be placed on them. So you don't need to go right to the very tip, you just need to go to the last point where there's an overhang. Okay, just going to put another one on the palm and another one on the outside just to make sure the hand picks up okay. And we'll put another one just in the middle of the forearm, just to give it a little bit of, basically this area here is a structurally bearing, low bearing joint. So turds. So yeah, we just need to make sure that the there's enough actual strength in it to survive. Because otherwise you'll end up with a flat pancake instead of a forearm. That's obviously a fail. Okay. Can't see anything else I really need to clean. Oh, that can't work though. That definitely does not work. Just can that. Whatever it was that I did there, I've screwed that up. Okay, so we've got less clutter at the base, which is good. So one of the tips for doing like support anchors, which are the bits that are going to hold the model onto the build plate, instead of going for heavier supports, which are going to be more difficult to remove, we can do little clusters of medium supports. So right here, where we've got like a low point, which is structural low bearing, it's going to do a small cluster of tightly packed medium supports where the tips are nearly touching but not quite. We go all around the foot, or all around one edge of the foot at least. And that should be okay there. The whip is not a structurally bearing component, but it is going to need a bit of support, so we'll just put a few. Every single one of the heads is going to need a support at least. Again, parenting off wherever I can. Make that a mini support. And that one too. And that one for the sake of it, for what it's worth. We'll put that there. And that's going to need another support to it, just to make sure. And then one there just to the body. Right, and on the foot here again, we're just going to pick up a little cluster, just like we did before. Staying on the little yellow underside. Let's get one in the crotch there, just to make sure we've got a little bit of support. And then we'll pick up another one from there and another one from there. Okay, right, at this point now, I'm going to run my island detection. Just going to search for islands across the board and hope it doesn't bring back thousands. There are lots of little spikes on the model, but a lot of them are facing forwards and facing up, so they should be clear. Mike Disney, how are you doing, sir? Hope you're keeping well. I would really love to be able to press a button and bot something up so that it puts your stream link in, because you do some wonderful work, Mike. However, I'm rubbish with bots. Don't know what I'm doing yet. Last time I tried to use a bot for a competition, I ended up killing my stream twice. So if you would like to drop the link to your stream in the chat, please do feel free. It'd be a terrible shame not to share. Okay, so we've actually not done too bad. We've got 25 islands on this, which I'm going to call that a win. I'm relatively ecstatic about that. So the islands, by the way, when we slice at 25 microns, which is what I've done here, it's basically taking this model, it's splitting it already. So we've got a layer count over here. It's splitting it into 1,473 layers for this particular model. So it's looking at every single one of those layers to see if there's an island. So you see the white silhouette we've got here. Anywhere that kind of there is an area that is basically the first time it appears. So if I just invert this, you'll see what I'm talking about. But so here we've got an island that's just about to form. You see that little white spot that's not connected to anything. So as it comes up here, we've got just here we've got this little ring, this little red ring starting to appear. Right in the middle of there, we've got a little island which has no support of its own. So what I need to do for that is just pop a small support in and just link it back to something. So I'll make that a mini. While I'm on that one, I'm going to pick this one up too. And then from here, I'll grab that one and this piece. I'm going to bring the knuckles in. So this one, I'm going to. What's going on? So let's just set the detection off. Okay, so I'm just going to make this a little bit lighter so they're a bit easier to remove. The handle here, I was going to pop another couple of light supports in just to help with holding that in place. Now my light supports are 0.20 millimeters, which is quite small. then we've got a little support required here on the strap. Now it hasn't picked up anything on the forearm here, and I'm not 100% sure about it, but I am going to just chuck a medium support just here where the bulk of the forearm is. Just because in my experience I'm getting failures in those kind of areas that I think I could avoid with a little bit of better supporting. Okay, and on the back here we've got a little island here, which I'll just take down to one of these. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to take that to that one. Let's parent that to there. We've got this one, which can be a mini support going to there, and again to there, and into that little gap, whatever that is, picking up. That's just a bit of a scar. Let's make that a light mini support because that's quite a small area. Okay, now this bit I'm going to do some mini supports to come up to here to get these, and I'm going to do the same off this side to this junction here. Okay. Now I haven't got all of the. There's one. So there's one on the spike at his foot, which is to be expected. But I'm just going to make that into a light support, and like that. Let's just reorientate that a touch. Then we have the same, we've got one spike. That's so few spikes. Considering how many spikes are on this model, I am absolutely amazed I've got away with this. With so few supports. So we've got 5 islands left. Make this into a mini light support on that one. Got one up on the back of his ear. So we're going to use a mini support for that. And where else have we got? Come on, 2 left. There they are. They're a little bit hidden and hard to get to because of where they are. But I can get to both of these with little mini supports, I think. So there we go. 2 minis and we're done. In fact, can I move them? Yeah. Let's move them so they're a bit more, oh no, that's not right. There we go. Okay, right. So that's the Darkun done. So Chris, that's all 4 of your core Darkuns finished. So next we're on to your choice. Do we do the Darkun cult? Are we doing some extra minion type Darkuns, or are we going to be doing some more character pieces? If you want to drop the reference images into the shared folder, we'll have a little look, and we'll plan another stream for next week. In terms of building the minion ones, I might just do that offline. Oh, monster stuff, nice. Yeah, let's get some monster stuff shared. That's going to be nice and cool. Okay, so let me just save this guy. So we're naming him Scorpion Darkun Tabarag. Sorry, Tabarag. So this is Tarabag supported. so we'll save him down. And he's ready to be test printed now. So we'll test print him with Vandross as well. We'll do the two together. And we're good. Right, so I'm going to be wrapping up in a second. The stream I've got planned in for tomorrow, we're going to be running from 10 o'clock in the morning again. So it'll be a 10 AM start, probably finishing around about 1ish. We're going to be sculpting Joshua from the Crystal Collapse game. So let me just show you the image of this guy. Here we go. So this is Joshua. He's going to be sculpted on stream tomorrow. Yeah, Chris, I'll send you some screenshots, mate, in a minute offline, so you don't have to worry about grabbing the screen grabs. So yeah, so we'll get him sculpted on stream. I just need to have a look and see if there's anybody we can raid into today that's online. Let me just bear me a second while I just pull Twitch up. Let's see who's up and running. There we go, Warbosh Tusker. Should we drop you into Tusker? Okay, guys. So yeah, come and tune in and join me tomorrow while we do this chap. So we'll be starting from scratch with him, and I'll show you the other sculpts we've got for Crystal Collapse. So how do I do this again? Is it /raid or /raid war boss Tusker? Right, guys, so we're just going to drop you into Tusker now. So enjoy, have fun. Thank you for joining me. It's been a pleasure. And hopefully I'll see some of you tomorrow. Right, cheers, guys. You take care. And in we go.